the table, you see a bowl of water.
Yes? I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject. If you ask me, it's high time for you to put the bottle away. Sober up, get back to basics. That would be my advice. Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price Stabilité? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for? But isn't that your job? Ah, now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility? Simple. Because moral intern types love to form committees. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villeudran, the gentleman you met in the young man's apartment. If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But now, was there anything else?
Nothing has changed about... This is the trap Morel just... The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake in the lazily falling rain. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very... The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. Of course. Noted.
takes you a moment, but finally you spot, behind you, a ruined residential building looms over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The trap feels light and silent. No locust, no phasmid either, but still, your voice echoes on the coast, carried.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others, like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a... Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across a row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The morning sun rises beyond the horizon, radiating the first light of the day. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with a host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice. They stand, facing the wall. Ordinary people, familiar, comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the...
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against... To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior.
A cold sea... A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a cold sea...
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property, seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitching.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, you don't know? What kind of cop are you?
The question was rhetorical. The skulls are the most vicious...
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are
the nastiest bunch of psychos ever.
possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the...
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom light's a wretched... Murder? Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell...
Also, he was hanged. He was hanged from...
Yeah, I mean...
These punks don't know anything.
Hey! Stop!
Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
Exactly. How can one know shit?
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter? So what do you think we know? Nope.
Don't tell him that. Skulls don't tattle, man. Cindy wouldn't.
No. A different Cindy. From out of town. She doesn't know shit about armored gloves, that's for sure.
He did mean Cindy the Skull. All right, we have a lead on the gloves.
What about them?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket.
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, you get more fish in a shorter time. And for time is of the... Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What I mean by this is, we are all piss and that the world is inherently meaningless.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise. Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Yes? What is? What are you implying? I'm not sure I understand you, Detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or... You don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you? That ride is...
Hey, piss. Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
You keep coming back. That's good. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers...
That ride is fuck...
Hey, piss. Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying.
Why? Yeah, like he said, total shit. What about it?
The lieutenant looks down at his bomber jacket and shrugs. Oh,
Fine. Fuck it. Here. Take it then.
it's true. He simply can't. It's called empathy. Wow. I did not see that coming.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine.
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
I'm not wearing that jacket. I don't think this case requires us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jacket will be useful at all. The need will not arise.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops?
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point... Where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale? You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact...
Yes? What about me? Good.
Again? I can't believe this shit. Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
The man doesn't reply. He's too busy furiously.
It's great to see you again, officer.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Truly a lot of legwork. My partner adores these kinds of things.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important. There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about... Ooh, tough choice there.
No, it's the cryptid. Oh, yes. The eight-eyed pterotorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11 point...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was sighted by renowned Gotvaldian explorer.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
Of course, sweetie. Do you want to hear about another cryptid? The Pterotorn is, by many accounts, the greatest, though. Of course, dear.
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial. But inside, this man is it.
Good. Okay. Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation. He doesn't know what to think yet.
No locusts?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even...
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news.
Another trip to the reeds. Why don't you try convincing Morel his hypothesis?
Thank you for the vote of no confidence, Gary. An officer. I appreciate your concern. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice.
Heartfelt gratitude. Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new trap.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed. As though shaken. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects. Oh,
Delinquents, my favorite.
oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know what...
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary?
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it. Even... Morel, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there. Disappointment.
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy. He won't forget it. We'll make sure he won't.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, officers. Always a pleasure to see an officer... I mean,
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again? Yeah? All right. Not my favorite topic, but okay. I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're close.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not. How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now? Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eyes. I have bad news. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore. Believe it. There's no way of knowing. At all of them. Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol ziggy. Really? Glory, truth, softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this, she likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature. How it always does. Through some. There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. No. It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths. That is correct. And omission. A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Don't be melodramatic. You can trust a light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. You can't draw a sound conclusion. She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. See? It's oddly moderate. You are not afraid. This is a mere girl. She was someone's child but a decade ago. Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. For a second, her face disappears from your corner, still smiling, a tired smile. She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never better. Where did...
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encrypt.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
The phrase was used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything. No, I'm pretty sure he did all those things, and then had to internalize them to keep on living, until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for? Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got... He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You...
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things here in Martin?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example,
Actually, officer, I didn't know.
a nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink.
He was 42.
42? Are you sure?
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago.
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing it.
A miss. The adversary one.
In Oranje, officer.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Oranje? Oranje's map of waterways? This fits with his tattoo.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of
Sex. Alcohol.
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very...
He had a combat wound?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile.
Ah, yes. His hair?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone. It very well could be. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean? That's not funny.
Her voice is like a slash through the air. There. She momentarily lost control over straight back guy. It appears that she feels...
Of course I do.
Do you feel guilty about what?
Among many other things, yes. I could have done something. There's always something he can do, right? Oh, that. Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off. How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course.
Is this Oranese lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Oranese lit. A moment's respite. Dark and hopeless as this. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what?" And so it goes. Star after star, port after port. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into... He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Semenine Islands, and on other islands too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A moment ago it was love. And no, I don't think the Union is communist. They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? This politics...
I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. You could blame her, a little. It was a pretty straightforward question that she refused to answer. The lieutenant blinks, his expression. All right, let's see where this is going.
Cool.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, below the damage, the weeks of decomposition. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What life? You could ask either one of them.
Huh? How old? 58? You asked. 42. And he was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week. On the bright side, you've been getting a lot of exercise lately.
There's silence. Then a little. Here it comes.
Sure, you're 42.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
Hello, officer?
Hi again, gendarme. Oh, a committee. And if I may ask, gendarme, what is this committee about? God, of course it is. My friend is old, as though I don't have enough going on already. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is. We don't talk about everything, you see. He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course. I guess you will. Bye-bye, gendarme.
It's you again. What is it? And?
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny. No good. All right. All fucking righty then. I guess it's...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors. Type.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman? Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Handled him? She got into some stupid shit with that.
Yes, yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
I already told you. We fucking hanged.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad blood sugar crash. He can't. Who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one's part in this sordid play.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal...
You know what? I am tired. Next time you see her, tell her.
This is the petulant rage of someone who...
That lying, scamming. We're done.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into his...
What is this quiet funeral shit? Are we need...
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being but you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and... Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
The man's fists under the table are balled.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
It wasn't that.
It wasn't... We didn't...
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm, a Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm too old for a shot like that now.
Suddenly, there's an awful ringing in your ears. Your body the most terrible fear. Bigger than any. To your right, you sense the air move. You only manage to perform one more movement. An instinctive jerk to your left. More dead cops. Sad news from the district of Martinez, as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating.
Hi again, gendarme. Oh, and if I may ask, God, of course, as though I don't have... In any case, I would... He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some history. I guess you will. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hello, officer? What brings you up here? Hello, officer? What brings you up here again?
She put with a
Did he?
It's intersect.
Does he say he's gonna do it?
The phrase.
Yeah.
A memory
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it co-host? He wasn't actually there. No. I'm pretty sure he was like the Seminoles conflict. Where else?
Did he tell you?
No.
Thank you for clear.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like for
Actually,
a nickname?
I get.
Lelis. We have a few.
The young woman cranes her. Lelis Ranier.
You were almost right, officer.
Yes.
Did that
No.
Sex. Alcohol.
He was
42? Are you?
He had many scars that made him. We even sell
We were slightly.
A miss. The adversary one.
blue.
He had a combat.
Yes.
Ah, yeah.
It was light brown. Oh. That. Sure. Waterways. How?
Is this Orani's lip?
Yes. He's smoking. And the woman. And he said, And so it goes. Oh, yeah. No,
Go on.
he was he went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. It is when you're high. It can be it very well. What do I mean? That's not.
Her voice is like a slash through the air.
They're not.
I think she's just tired. The lieutenant. All right, let's.
Cool.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Soft, light. I have bad news for you. You know who? Yes, me. These guys are compromised. Believe it. There's all bullshit, especially no really. Glory, truth, softness. I take it back. She likes you, how it always does. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, it's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it. Yes, she is in his defense. That is correct. And a little. But when it comes to assessments, don't be a light green speck and you can't. She may. See? You are not afraid. This is a mere girl. She was someone's child but a decade ago. Don't worry. It's only been the silence broken.
God, no. Not my favorite topic, but I'm 89% sure. You know how it.
You may know. There are.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not right. Let me make this one. How about we, yeah? All right.
Wait. Stop. Below that. How old? You could ask either one of.
Huh? How old? You asked. 42. And he was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week. On the bright side, you've been...
There's silence. Then, here it comes.
Sure, you're...
Wait. This requires scientific measure to the laboratory.
It's you again. What is it? And?
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little...
Funny. All right.
Please try to control.
This is just perfect. Just fucking. Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Handled him?
Yes. We heard all about it. And the fact still stands. You were...
I already told you.
There's less gusto in his voice. The man is slowing down. Who could? It's...
Come on, Ty.
You know what? I am Ty. Next time, you see...
This is the petulant...
That lie.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the...
What is this? Quiet.
How do we make it? 100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get...
It's you again. What is it? It's you again. What is it?
Convinced, but you know someone who might. Fat. Just remember, it's about more.
Huh?
He'll get it.
Got it. Kill you.
Bring that up one more.
The man's fist.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us.
It wasn't that.
That's it. That's
Officer, you will be next if you don't.
firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. He's onto you. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's...
Angie, where's your goddamn...
I left it home.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions? He nods.
You hang the corpse to cover up the real cause of death.
We're not sure. Probably a bullet.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light. Shine it in his mouth, he tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see the light illumines the darkness inside. Well, shit. Can't blame them for missing that.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl...
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes.
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in...
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. You keep taking it easy too, Angus.
That's okay with the fat man, still wheezing there. He couldn't speak if he wanted to.
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. That fucking... dirty sheets and bottles. Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hang. Me too. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have...
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Training. Yeah. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I were...
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. The can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she...
That's all he knows.
And why would you help someone like that?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. In a manner of speaking, we had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it, for political reasons. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. We're Hardy Boys, and that's it. Nope, you're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to. You do that. Hey, cop. Klasia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins.
We'll take that into account. Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's for what it's worth. I'm sorry for wasting your time.
If you knew we would find out eventually.
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again.
you share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral.
What happens if they...
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder...
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
We were there. Together. In bed. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I could.
A great pain moves through her.
I knew he was dead, before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen?
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my...
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in...
No, nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from it. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there. It's not nice, but it's not illegal.
What exactly?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with.
I need the names of the companies involved. And
the job was Lou's County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive...
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of...
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. When he was shot? I may have.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Would you say she is the 8th?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. But I can't... She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know? Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you.
To produce lividity.
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20...
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low, or I don't know. I haven't seen...
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
What? Why would I put myself through this? He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that.
Rage? Who knows the dark currents? All kinds of crazy things happen when drugs... Now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
What does that mean?
Do drugs make you aggressive?
No. People don't take drugs to kill. I thought you Ravishol people would be more enlightened on this. I'm sorry, officer. I'm under some stress here. Like what? Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have... Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then?
What? Why? He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me.
Rage? Who knows that all kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are involved? Now, you guys...
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one.
She's getting scared now. Of you. The downstairs people. All of it.
I did not kill him to defend myself from rape. I told you before.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
What? Fucking themselves over for no reason? Like what? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. I just don't know.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are...
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Last week, Angus and Titus's brother...
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silently. He's thinking, or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her. Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have... She probably didn't give you her real name either. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this coarse... See?
I agree. You wouldn't give us...
Okay.
Tighten it. You've got her.
Okay. Yes. It's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't... Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified the...
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
I am. They can never take my sash.
Yes, they can, for lying.
It's Katarzyna Lazie.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugograd in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Alasie is my father's name.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The number... There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergency's desk. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and...
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
But I know the time of the call, too.
Why is she so angry, then, if she's so sorry?
I did.
Very good, sire. She will never admit to it, but we can see that she didn't.
There may be grounds here. At least.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
What?
Her hand trembles. She's only pretending she didn't hear.
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
Fucking mind gang. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
But there's nowhere to go. A too fragile, unshielded.
I think I know who did it. I know who shot Lely. You know it wasn't me. Why would I do it?
She knows something. She's silent for a second, as if looking, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby. She has this thing for me, ever since I met her.
What she's saying is...
And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her, I told her I was on the run. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all.
That is a little strange. People don't usually keep things together under stress like that.
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life in, and she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought...
Some of that fear is still with her. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
You said there was a secret route there, right? She could have come up through there, then taken the shot.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone knowing.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists?
Yes, of course. She's been up here.
Okay. Arrest. Why? She told us she's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's shit, but I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the...
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
I don't know. You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I won't go out anymore at night. I'll be right here. I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months, or maybe even 1 month. That's...
You do have the form.
That's it. I'm calling it. Definitely, sire. She looks at you and says, wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
I will escort you to the motor.
With a muffled whimper, she extends her wrists, waiting for your teeth and...
This won't be necessary. I will take you to Station 57 myself. It may be possible to stall it indefinitely, but you will be safer there. I can do this on my own. She's not an immediate flight risk. See you tomorrow morning, officer. Don't...
This medicine cabinet is... There it is. The orange sun wearing blister pack. You feels like gold in your hands. Like...
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fuck. Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Your test.
Get lost!
Yeah? The king. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't.
Before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing it.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder. I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me.
You can still see the...
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? All right, Piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the...
Could that girl have been little Lily? It's not a bad...
Could have been her. Small kid with giant white armored hands.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
mister? Oh, I had gloves. Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek in an empty house.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid. Why? Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. Yes, I am. Little Lily. That's nice. My mum is great. She's never angry or anything. Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can... A gust of wind disintegrates another piece of the cellar ceiling, exposing more. The building's coming down on you. You need to get out of here. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other...
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means. This one doesn't say any...
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs. The other one laughs as well. The stone kicking isn't even of very high caliber. Any...
You're stupid. Okay. You're stupid.
Just a second ago, the first one was laughing.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human...
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you gonna... Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it. I understand, believe me. I really do. I think... But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway. The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
over there, not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small areas around the playfield represents Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play. With Go Go, Fingerboy. Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, suddenly a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This, maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit, isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. The words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with... There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death. How, if you can't even see it? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing, Fingerboy. The machine is dead and silent. It needs serious maintenance. This small smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descend, and a small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago. The deep scratches on the floor suggest it was used as a freight elevator. So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust. Yes, Martinez North 22 used a creek. Some dust and it has been forgotten. Now there is only one work. Remember the dice maker? Then that means... As the dice maker said, yes, it all fits. Not that it has anything to do with the case, but it is a nice connect. But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection. Yes, it would, and God would not like that. He should probably be made aware that his establishment is part of the neighborhood ghost story. Yes, pinball hasn't enjoyed a heyday for 15 or 20 years. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop. The dust has not settled again where these footprints have been made. The displacement in this dusty hell tells a story. Neither the footprints nor the dust speak their secrets, but you know large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The footprints go up the length of the room and back down. That is all they do. The footprints are of one type. They do not congratulate you for correctly recognizing what type they are not. The footprints do not speak. They simply exist here. The footprints are still there. They have told their story. You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman. You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. This is the inside of the barred door you've seen.
Again? I can't believe this. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner. Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then? Neither.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Okay, why not? Let's do the whole thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? I don't know. Oh my God, there's more.
Yes? What is it?
Hey, was there...
Well, well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference.
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time? And another thing, great, I love those. Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building. Yeah, well, she's not a guest.
What? Did someone make...
We were just paying you a compliment. And finding out a degenerate from room 3 nicked the phone line. Everything. Good thing that guest pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it. Was there anything else? Oh, okay, well, I did hear you make noise.
He's really holding. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to...
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door... I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there. No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish...
Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely...
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. It's a sign of the Whirling in Rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this neighborhood. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tile work? For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and...
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion. Some real estate management company, they never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be... Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real... You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast.
Good pick.
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling. Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment... What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you...
The color has drained from his face. What a shame to fix such a good peephole.
Absolutely not. That would be idiotic. I have no idea why you're even saying... Absolutely not. Fuck you for... Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? Yes.
Always a pleasure.
Ha ha! nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now,
He tries to play it cool. Remain professor.
good. Okay. And? Completely?
Surprise. Tempered.
No locusts?
That's not ideal.
It just means the Insulindian fast.
Yes.
Another trip to the Reeds. Why don't you try?
Thank you for the...
You're jabbing at the soft underbelly of his psyche. He realizes he's gotten defensive.
Actually, no.
Heartfelt gratitude. But some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely, you should ask the red...
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel. Oh, you've been such...
Well, I see you've got all the help you...
After this is your last...
Really, Gary?
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not Morel.
No.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there.
Hell no.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off.
Fuck, does Kuno care? No,
Oh my god, I told you that.
shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you.
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Deny everything, Kuno.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without...
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? Yeah, that's pretty lame. Sounds like art.
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now.
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone...
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Kuno doesn't...
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky like skyscrapers, spires of dirt. Sounds like you found the locust. Heaps of leaves are rotting among the mud-caked towers. Dozens of little locusts feed on them. It's the work of a self-taught visionary.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the books, so what? It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the Night City he mentioned.
Yeah, Locust City.
There's a tug of war over the name of his The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Maybe I am.
Oh, Kuno! It's so...
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Oh, don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. Without a word, she disappears entirely. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with...
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck?
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to...
You can still see...
Hello, officer. I think... So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news.
Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid, or the miss...
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the
He has a 38-degree fever.
Darling, I told you to take it easy.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer. Really? It's too much.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your...
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely...
Wow. Co-discovery. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed simple. Attracted by the locusts. The fair, at least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might... Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear that cryptozoology...
Yes. Yes. What?
The locusts aren't doing all too well, but this. The locusts aren't doing all too well. Morel's trapped. The locusts dazed from being transported. They're not really going to get the chance. The metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst. This must be the buoy Elysium meant. You lift the buoy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already primitive construction, but it does the job. There's something in there. It smells like you would expect it to smell. The water a shot glass's worth of seawater pours out, some algae, and nothing else. The buoy continues to be mostly empty. No answers appear to you in the dirty seawater at the bottom. You could ask the miss what she thinks later if you have the time, though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point. Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? You have the headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. So very, very, very nifty. The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something. I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of you, the mother of humanism, towers above you. The machine's keyboard is still. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's play.
Good afternoon. Votre accident en Saint-Brune.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Please end the call and do that. I have 2 machines registered to this company.
Saint-Brune, that's the church. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still behind the hatch. Sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker.
Good afternoon. Votre accident en Saint-Brune. Good. Please repeat the password. No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of... Now, can you receive? Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Good. Please receive. Votre accident. Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still. The machine's keyboard. Nothing happens.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
Too many times, essay. You need it for something. Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita. Look, man, I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother's glorious heart, but not about the coffee. I think we're done here, essay.
The machine's keyboard is the speak.
Good afternoon. Good. Good. I have unlocked the Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Good.
The machine's keyboard. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. 6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church... See? Even one of the... What was that about narcotics? 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. 8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of... But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup. when the backup wasn't even connected. 12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see them. 25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did. 28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, that disco man must be a set. March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodle, you read it, interrupted by a strange woman, makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. What is it? No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. Yes. Or no.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA Radio. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know.
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
No. Yes. And? I don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core.
Could you just... Shh.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do, and you're not helping.
I use the AR-1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable but it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operation. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the price.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? So you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government people. Because I needed something good for my investigation, and Reims Civic is widely agreed to be, besides, owning a Reims prefect.
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see Reims prefects in every police department.
I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the coalition. I was actually aiming for the prefect is mainly based on the same technology as Reims Civic. So it's kind of a rip-off. But it does have better... Great. You really like those questions, don't you?
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm conducting scientific research here. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using but honestly, it's not progressing very well. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate, and I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the... I know. No, I don't. Great, thanks. What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No, this is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub. Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks. The Swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks.
Come on, get in.
The young man with the tape recorder.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the internally coherent. All core! All right!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the...
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? I am the mic enforcer. I am back to the heavyweight hardcore. Internally coherent. All car.
He furrows his brow.
Ha! Is it though? One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no. The club. True. Ha! Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally. All car.
He furrowed.
Hardcore. Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? Under the radar. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. It's hardcore. Skibbity. Skibbity.
Your cop training did not prepare.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Lloyd. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading. A sticker? You mean a
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
Good, good. What did you want to know? Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right, and I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race. Really? He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always the present moment, and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expelled, or maybe he's not dead. Maybe...
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
Or drunk, or in a clinical coma, or glad to be dead. But though I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for? Yeah, gotta compare. See, I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. Nah. Still strongly at us. You heard me. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment. I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve sign synchronicity would be weird stuff. Specialised. There was a wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do... Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't electronic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders, pretending...
We're close. True, hard, full, car, hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata, the place to be. Yakokata is a hardcore.
Yakokata is an abbreviation from the Gradian term, Zone of Ecological Catastrophe, an intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the Earth, intermittent seas of phosphorus mud.
We're close. True, hard, full, car. It's hardcore. Skibbity.
Your cop training did not.
We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. We're close. True, hard, full, hardcore. Yeah! Spinning out lyrics since the day I was born. And the amount of lyrics I got is against the law. We're close. True, hard, full, hardcore. Yeah! Lucky Erskine. The club, true, hard, full, car. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car! All right! Yeah! Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore party 20.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars.
The club, true, hard, hardcore, hardcore to the internally coherent. All car, gotta get the people going. Yeah, request. I want everybody's close to this.
Hi again. And? What happened? Oh man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church? No matter. Is he Yeah, Noid is right.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time? I guess it's not a massive... Everyone is welcome! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you try? Feel the love! Get down and feel it! You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Ja oder nein? Rocking it or dropping it? What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all! A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into... Unity! Down! And you can't just evict her? Look at you! No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and The lines in the dark exist! Coexist! At least Crabman seems like an advance. Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
We're close. True, hard, full. It's hardcore. Skibberdees.
Your cop training.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress accident.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Yes, what is it?
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glossy look in her eye.
All right. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it. It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
She's making it.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament. Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building. Don't worry, you can't miss it.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait, a note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course! Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out. The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. Yes, but she literally started praying. Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange tricks. So what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her, say that you're a policeman and need to get to the building's basement. Then bring me the offsite copy. All right? Thanks. And here's my Kvalsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything.
The legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version 2.0 for perfect.
waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period. With a confident flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you... Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. But they're not. And the document will be nullified if they dispute it. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to every... The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito. Other than developing a personal relationship, looks like you were right. You drop the white envelope in the darkness. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. There are 8 pairs of You won't get far without a lieutenant here to bounce thoughts off of. There are 8 pairs of tracks. You won't get far without a lieutenant here to bounce thoughts off of. Where could he... door is closed again. You hear someone inside. Walk in. Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. The container door appears unmoved by your attempt at flattery. The door does not respond to your advances. Is it possible that it seems somehow more closed than before?
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great... You're in my inner circle. We can talk about anything. The strike...
See? For well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently...
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details.
Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait. Actually, unstable is pretty bad.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really... It appears to be a to-do list written, remember Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor. All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled. Doesn't look too incriminating, but still, remember Leo, Everart's shoes. All items on the drawer slides shut.
Mister. I knew. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old... Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since... It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure.
He didn't actually understand what you meant. And now... This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Gewaltsund malt. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream. Your stomach grumbles. The fridge is cold. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bed. Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? Tiles on the cube. Tiles on the cube are like a smooth drawer. The filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts. The speaker comes.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the offset copy? Good. Please repeat. No, that's not it.
What does she mean? That's maybe it's the second part of the leitmotif you saw on the stained glass window.
Good. I've unlocked the offset copy. After ending
Ka-ching.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. It sounds like something cracks. Before the piece, something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like this. The paper is soaked with ink. Its monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It's not possible to make out any information. A single speck of white shines out from the shade. For some, looks like gibberish. Better get running again. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. The filament slides out of its... Tiles on the cube are like a smooth... Nothing happens. Nothing happens. The filament slides out. The filaments you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of its glowing. Like the speaker.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the offset copy? Good. Good.
Ka-ching.
Fortress, thank you.
Tiles on the cube. It sounds like something cracks. Before the piece, something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like this. The paper is soaked with ink. Its monochrome darkness. Tiles on the cube are still. Tiles on the cube. The filament slides. The barbell, wait.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Okay, but please...
The woman looks aloof. You sit on the wind-worn wooden plank. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little... The mention of mañana gets his attention. They're friends. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow up.
Horse need more vodka?
Of course, vodka. Now, turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak. You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing from the coast. After a while, you've had enough. finally stop picking your... Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is wary. Earlier, the bully.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps. That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you.
Fuck that cough. It's not happening. The insides of your lungs are lined with tobacco. A powerful and very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Different? How? I'm not. It's a strange... Do you ever wonder if some lovely story...
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she is. Like a sad young girl.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was... He's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, at least I don't think I did, but Morel was so eager that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. But now we're both getting old and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was. I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it, you know. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad. Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel. Okay, it's 11:13 Tabard...
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even...
A fool's hope. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, the cold. A few locusts trudge along the wall. Oh, poor things. The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Poor things. that seagull up there remind you of anybody? Exactly. Think about the seagull's story. It's one of endurance. And then their paradise became Shit City. And what did they do? They became urban survivors. No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters, just like you. Own it. Steal hot dogs, shit in the sand, whatever it takes to keep going. Just dead and dying locusts, and poor thing. Old door, worn by elements, guards the concrete structure. The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak. Poor things. The trap is poor thing.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. It will make you into more than that. A mega cop. This is your modus operandi. This is how you've done it for... See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. Speed can help you with that. It's not ideal, no. But you need the zeal. Let's face it, you're never going to finish this case without... You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose. Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity, your little heart pounding like a bird in a cage. A sweat breaks out across your brow. Your jaw clenches. Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco. To this? You kidding? There are massive downsides. It's a potent neurotoxin. You're turning yourself into a frayed idiot. Spring. Everything is clear around you.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, the waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
You think she really needs more of that after a man died at sea? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and...
I have, and I don't really.
Now, go for it.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk take us, officer? All right, I will walk with you. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. Me too. It's been ages since I stroll on the beach. Sounds nice. All right, I guess I'll be seeing you at Land's End in the evening.
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again, tousled, wild.
Aye, so here you are. Mid-noon and the snow is... well, it's not really snow, it's slush. Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot.
Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. It's no bother. Don't get many excuses to spend time alone. What with my trio of monsters. Aye, by the looks of you, you do. Well, we're here. Here it comes.
So fast as to make it seem like the weather turns at her command. Say nothing? Well, now this. You should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death. Oh, indeed. And what about you? Keeping the name? Well then, Officer Dubois.
The sun reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay is mesmerizing. Your mind clears for...
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the
sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else. The sun isn't always that great. Think of people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit of...
And a bit of conceptual unity too, it being yellow and all.
Now you're just nitpicking. But I concede. Maybe...
There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the dazzling streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? Do they? Some of them do, but... Sounds to me like you should choose your allies better, that's all. These aren't real fishhooks, silly. They're earrings shaped to look like fishhooks.
She's right. They're made mostly of plastic. A cheap novelty gift you can... The wind ruffles her hair as she looks...
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from Ubi Sunt. Not a lot of sun there, I hear.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at...
It's enough that my fish goes there. 50 real a piece they ask for spring cod. Good one.
She thinks it was a riddle. She must not even know of that business. Better that way. Say what? Something interesting? Impossible. She turns her head, and the plastic fishhooks rattle in her. Relax. This was still good.
Thank you. Out there on the other planet, the sea, you start seeing things in a strange light. I'm glad I got to share it. You know, the wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. No. Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me. Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink.
Farewell.
Metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter. You dial the number again, as you've done, calling. Calling, 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 and calling for who knows how long, but no one answers. The cold metal takes your mind away from that voice, for 1 second at least. It didn't give you. Your hand is swelling up. metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's As you approach, the man, he appears completely.
Ah, super. It's the officer. What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have the Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities.
Yes, this is just the sort of reason.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in.
What? Where is he then?
Why, officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. I'm only in Martinez That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially. Yes, you've made your persistence quite clear. Under normal circumstances, I would have to insist you go through the regular channels. But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant Coalition aerostatic peacefully patrol?
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. It's a set of position lights, moving in unison. No, it's more like a creature from the abyssopologic zone. Don't let the shiny lights fool you. It's a goddamn killing machine, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
That is part of the idea, of course. The Coalition doesn't want the people of Revachol to feel that they are under a military occupation. That is why the Archer is always careful to maintain a You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition. And listening! It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention, I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristlemune Conventions. This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire, but in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on Coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to... Unauthorized circuit bending is a very serious matter with grave security.
This sounds like something.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied... And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Well, you know what they say. In matters of taste, there can be no dispute. For my part, I find it quite invigorating. Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed.
You feel like there's something you could say here. If only you really knew what...
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCM.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades stand a cold...
Good evening. Aha! But it's not... What not a lot of people know is, this used...
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for Research and Development. You're probably more familiar with RT...
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
That's not surprising. They started out as a... Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But felt it was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that an elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolution, which is a feat of engineering, even today's giants, Rehm, ICM.
He assumes something like a combat stance.
Indeed.
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers... Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that...
A wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation inside. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Decree. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Reva.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short...
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any...
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy
Wait, did he just say? He did it. He said Humpty Dumpty Dum Center. Like, what the hell is a Humpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Joost?
The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special...
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the felt playback experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. But of course, what else? Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else? I do some...
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form...
Lo Mantang...
Wait, what does this man know about pyrrolidon addiction?
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after...
That's right, Mikhail. Good evening. Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else? I do have...
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather... If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind.
Forget it. They don't sell those kind of books at crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. You see, a slogan used to intertwine.
Ah, yes. Their famous motto. A fine example of...
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. There's some tear, an empty cigarette... Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale. No, some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. What? No. Then it'll just be on your pants. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. There is no why. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters. 7 men in combat. A host of they stand. Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise. I'm just a representation of your mental faculties, piecing together any available information. You should probably a cold sea wind.
Always my pleasure.
Yes, what is it? Do I look like someone who has time for side projects at this?
If you want her help, maybe you should help her first.
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some kind of cross-country law official. Hi. I guess you do. What's a... Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
You sit on the wind-worn wooden platform. Time passes. You ponder upon an endless winter that covers everything in ice and snow. What a struggle it would be. Time passes. You ponder upon an endless winter that covers everything. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it. I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it. This is wrong. Machine cold sweat trickles down your spine. This is spooky as hell. Sona doesn't reply. her hands running over the printout. She's looked.
Here, I found it. Hold on. Shh. Just give me a sec. Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. I found the coordinates.
She's beaming. You great job.
Thank you.
Time for a celebratory drink, perhaps. Just a thought.
There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me.
You like moving things around.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks. Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great, thanks. Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great, thanks. Yes, what is it?
It's awfully silent again, as if measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Each chalk-drawn line. Oh boy, this is going to be good. It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. Some water spills out of the lead programmer sends you an time to run back, or maybe walk.
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left, if we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe...
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
Maybe I'm just tired. No! We have to do it!
And then, nothing happens. As Sona, Loken, killed her. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't answer, her eyes closed and brows knitted together.
Damn it! No, of course not! Nothing happened!
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take.
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have... But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up. Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing, heavy and hoarse, but there's something. There has to be. When was the last time this world had anything new to say?
Well, did you hear anything? Yeah. No, I don't.
Maybe the speed freaks can help you with this. Go talk with Andre. A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water, white with... His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away. Right. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold wash. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease. You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Failure to comply.
Her eyes bulge with terror.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. That one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was actually required.
The situation looks bad. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
It's a goddamn police shitbag.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine? Or drugs?
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised. Back up. Back up. Back up. Status unconfirmed. No. Oh, no. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth. Law enforcement compromised. Impersonating a police officer. License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector!
She's losing it. One twitch and there would be blood. Here's the plan. You jerk left, dash right, close. A drop of sweat runs down your nose, and in it you see the Martinez Inlet wrapped in the night. In the abandoned fish market, 2 figures face each other in a spectacular light show. One of them is forced to stare into the 3 empty barrels of a gun. Not an uncommon sight in the neighborhood.
What?
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. Police gunfighters have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why?
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is... Okay, you need to figure out what to do with...
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside, the catatonic woman, especially now that she's unarmed, doesn't seem to be a threat to anyone but herself.
Please leave the radio on. Mr. Moran is on Channel 8.
She stands motionless, just a heap of... The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking. The old woman doesn't react to your touch. You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed. Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect. Hoping you don't... This is your gun. It's more of a symbol than anything else. Because there is always a rational, sensible... The woman stands slumped. A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter chord.
Our tenant, the policeman. I can wash it for you, but it's going to take a...
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be taught.
Well, hand it over. Merci. I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. On the table, you see a... The bed is comforting. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
How have things been going for you out there? Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then...
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing. It's much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad. We're trying to help you. All these processes...
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later. In front...
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them...
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Yes?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely... Actually, never mind. The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts...
Hell, most likely. He was... His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him...
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now
that means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to Revachol.
No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
Yes, we are both very...
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Yes?
All these mesmerizing machines just feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman. You clearly see footprints in the...
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is good. He likes it.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work, bringing... It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route. This prince, officer, could be the prince of our killer. And if not, at least there are a good argument for this Ruby doing it. To present to Titus.
Large prints, most likely made by Boot. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth.
Between that and that. No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though. The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be. I wouldn't rule out Ruby coming here yet. This isn't an argument against her. People change shoes, you know?
Everything around you is quiet. You clearly see footprints.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one. This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a... Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, ending him. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago. 72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own body. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinaise? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points. %, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. That's a 28%, yes. 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account. "1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. "1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
Hey, was there something you need? Another thing. Great. I love those. What wall? I'll have it fixed at once.
The color has drained from it. What a shame. To fix such a good peep.
Absolutely not.
In your defense, neither do I.
Absolutely.
Sir, he was only asking a question.
Yes, I absolutely will. Sorry, it's been a bit of a day. And now a hole in... Thank you, I'll patch it up personally. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. Yes?
The machine is dead. This coin-operated viewer is facing south.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Goodbye, officer.
We're close. True, hard, full, car. It's hardcore. Skipper.
Your cop training.
Hello again.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest? The wind picks up. Fine sea foam lashes your face. In the distance, you can hear them.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there, in the whirling in rags. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Biddable Prime, was it? It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no...
He looks like he's cold out here at the tip of the coast. The jacket is warm, but not...
I'm okay. You, on the other hand, Freitor, you look like you're about to turn into a popsicle. That seems smart, yes. Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Juan? Cigarette butts are everywhere.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the light is off on the 3rd floor of the Whirling in Rags. The young woman is gone. You see, a slogan used to...
Hello. Hello. Isn't this a fine morning?
The dome-shaped plastic boy, Bob.
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore. I have no idea. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. This is only a small loose end. But I do wish we knew who took the documents. Could be. We should keep an eye out.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the...
I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. That may very well be the case.
You could ask the miss... A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. Perhaps the ones executed here.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Feld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition... To be honest, if a coalition...
A cold sea...
Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the art.
Yes?
An old door, worn by
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package. You see traces. It's hard to concentrate. Too empty. No, there's more in.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head.
Tequila Sunset.
Danko.
There's no way.
Tequila Sunset.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spice things up. My kind of guy. Here you go, friend.
The worn and beaten.
We can sit on bench.
You can revisit.
Idassy's gonna come. Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
I think I might.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Police business. I understand.
Hello again.
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man, and then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but...
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wood.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for You mean the speed freaks? Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic... I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence. Sure. Let me know.
Hi again. So, how things...
Goodbye, officer.
Hi again. So, how things going? Yes. What? It's for starting it.
Is the amiable speed freak becoming a bit cross with you? Sounds like it.
What's with the goddamn Romangarod earrings? It's cold. The fluid's for the generator.
I guess it does. No idea, man. Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh, it's the one they sell at the fuel station. It does.
Told you we have a smell problem.
Ether? I don't smell ether.
No.
He sniffs the air. A shrug is good enough for us. Why say it when you can shrug it?
The what now? Oh, I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe. Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The nose...
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how things going?
A number of things don't add up. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down the one with the large head. Seems their would-be leader is less amused.
But you still are.
What happened? I've been trying to say if we need the next step in dance.
Shut it!
What? I have! I've said that!
The young speed freak, he senses something is wrong.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it...
One speaker. They have one speaker.
What do you mean, friend? It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Others, what do you know about spinning tape? Nothing. I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want? and of all cellular-based life. What's your point, Lawbringer?
Make up your mind. First it's the sweat, then it's the ether. No shit. That's... Come on, that's... I meant to say, not true. Fuck, man. It's difficult to get along with some people, but we're trying to make an effort. What do you mean?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop time for a threat. He can't handle the pressure.
What do you mean by lenient? Okay, man, okay. It was just impossible. Look at us. How are we going to pull a club out of our arse? We need starter capital, that's all. We were totally going to turn the church into the wickedest... Into fucking... Just like, before we do, we need to earn a bit of dough.
Get our fucking foot in the...
Sell some fucking speed, okay? Produce and sell speed. Exactly. It was going fine. A month ago, the place was empty. No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also...
But the sign was way off, too.
Sir, you promised...
This is it. Judgment time.
Yeah!
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance. There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind. A grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Giraud and all the houses on Main Road. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
What? Okay, we'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but.
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Goodbye, officer. Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer.
Hello again. I did, and I'm sorry for what is...
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to...
Indeed, She merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. May I ask? What did you tell them? Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Cotman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music. That's fine. We can manage. And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right? Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Yes, what is it?
What? What did... I can't hear you! The music is too loud! Oh, the project! It's not going well! There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. Egghead! He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore! Thanks! Maybe you can get through here. Let me know how it goes!
You got us in, cop! I can't believe you...
With wonder in his shop.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still a cell using her contact mic to listen. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
Okay.
Trying to get a line with the big bad, are ya? Those are some serious...
Come on, Noid. I think we owe him.
Asel's right. He's one of us now. Yeah, alright. If you're going to sync up with them, you're gonna need a serious... Not likely. Scoped that spot a while back. It's short...
Build it ourselves! We built this nightclub, we can build anything!
Yeah, maybe. Tech-wise, radio's not the spookiest thing around. Our part's fine.
An antenna hardcore enough to shake the whole world!
Maybe not that big, but pretty big.
We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music.
Hardcore! Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? We're close. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally coherent.
All car. All right.
He furrows his...
Hardcore. Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was no question. We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally
all car. All right. Yeah.
Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. I want We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the neck. Internally coherent.
All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces...
Hardcore. Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was a... True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. We're cloud. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car. All right. Yeah.
Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job. 2 on a track. Watch your back. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. It's hardcore. Skipper D. Skip. We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore.
Yeah.
Lucky Earth. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore.
Yeah.
Spinning out lyrics. And the amount of lyrics I got is... We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car. All right.
Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally
all car. All right.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is crawling. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
To the mega. Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5? Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah.
Oh no, we're going to be in the...
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay.
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a special schedule. The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes. And then I'll turn off the music. Yeah! Back on the case! Notice the first page of the second chapter!
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with it. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, it's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and...
Wow!
For a moment, you almost think he's going to put his hand down, but that would be ludicrous.
I think you might be right, but how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? No! This is the answer! What? Guys, there's some...
As your mind works, the beat recedes from your ears. You hear your own blood pulsing through your head. Nourishing your thought, the abstract shapes swelling in the foreground have done so in vain. This is a core matter. The answer in the hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
I know! So does...
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah. All right.
Vibrations thumped through a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, entangled in its branches, something bronze. He stands on stage, behind a table, nodding along to the other real deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4. No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust, wholesome things. Things like discus, javelin, and 400-meter hurdles.
No nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things.
Yeah!
Unless you were thinking Revershaw imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with Eggs.
Hardcore superstar!
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the palace.
Yeah! With a rebel yell! Oh sure! I can do that! If you want that!
Please don't turn...
I don't even know what to say to that.
Aye! It's time to compromise! Incremental! I'm swiftly moving toward a solution which pleases nobody. Dark Horde Hardcore!
Basically, yes it is.
Lungs are for love! When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath?
I think so. Rhymes that keep their secrets will unfold behind the clouds. A deal! Yeah! Medium cut! A better deal! Yeah!
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone, and in your solar plexus.
What? Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just...
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music. The young man falls silent with appreciation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music.
Yeah, maybe that street talk.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind.
Oh, I know!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that!
And the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
Does it?
Anyway, that's all...
Cupman! Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah! there! Normal! Stable!
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are. Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Sorna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much. Sure, you helped us out. I can repay the favour. What do you want to know? Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't... I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some... Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess. Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. Who do you want to know about? Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure, but earlier today she told me about Welkins? And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic. What do you mean? Oh, that. He's the party boy. And Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you...
Pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
Yes, forever. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing. Anyway.
Actually, we don't know where. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember.
The worst of the banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go
Who do you want to know about? Andre. He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come...
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have taken a hit, or she's on an upswing.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer. Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organize. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. and he's off in sight. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know. Yes. Yes. Who do you want to know about? He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle. What do you mean, do? Like, for a living? He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have to... He abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself. Sir, I abide by the law. It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. Okay, then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people. Yeah, I hope you do. Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you, I'm a...
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of.
It means I don't answer questions about myself. Is there a law that would stop me from lying?
That would depend on the circumstances.
Thank you. Sure. Welcome back.
The silver bird has already flown away. I will catch it later.
Set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000! Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I would...
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would...
We're not going with anything the crab...
Why not? The Crabman.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
The name! Everything I managed to come up with sounds...
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would...
Lloyd's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
How about something simple?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a... Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe.
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember...
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean?
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky?
The past is the future, but the future is dead. No, it's beautiful.
And short.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name.
I'm dancing.
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing?
Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if audio waves thump against your ribcage? The speaker setup makes everything sound much better, but there's a noticeable lack of something.
Goodbye, officer. Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. It's to express...
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure, with the fused together spikes, but it...
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical... Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway... Goodbye, officer.
hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Just like promised, you've stood here for what seems like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages. Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, "You tree-hugging pansy." The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry breeze blows by, making the magnetic tape flutter. With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, it curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a...
What's the tape for? How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it? You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste...
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses...
Hello again. How can I help you? You mean Reese Poley? Yeah, I do, but I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty...
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Huh? What do you mean? Yes. What about it? Is it any good? The music, I mean. Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for True Passion Project. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
Just dragged her away, huh? Stone cold. Didn't think you had it in you. Yeah, you ruthless son of a bitch. Nice.
Yeah, like when we let old Clancy's widow walk.
Oh, Denise, the diner girl, the milk.
Can't say I wasn't sad to see her go. Our Clausia there. Her face when your friend walked her out. Goddamn. Like she was walking to the gallows. Yes. Normal. Nothing to do about it now, I guess. I just don't think I forgot how I specifically let you know how I felt about her.
His tone is friendly now, and the last words are actually accompanied with a little smile. Titus's posture is more relaxed than when you first met him. He is relieved that this Clausia business is finally over.
What's that, copper?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? helping troubled civilians.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. God, poor lady. Don't worry, we'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig? You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun?
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions. Auntie LaPlante, we always called her.
Marianne, amigo. Fuck you, Pig. What the fuck?
Easy, Al. Don't let him get to you. Have one for Auntie LaPlante, huh?
Don't disrespect Miss LaPlante, Copper. She's good people. We all get a little crazy sometimes. Was, like before, just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit.
The children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? No, I didn't.
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pigs level weird. But whatever, dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it.
No problem, old cop man.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Why? Sounds like you're making her a suspect. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral...
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a...
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Tremble. The time is now. Time for the show. For Ta'ola, the hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. Ulogu Theodos, Xeno Zausin, Ipoli Osidhian, Echondes, Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread. Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. It's totally also a coping mechanism. So you should be. Perhaps, just a thought. This has something to do with the hangover. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing.
It's you again. What is it? It's you again. What is it?
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy... A massive activity spike in the amygdala copicum, the part cops use to pin murders on people.
Because she was here. He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15?
Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there.
No. All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot.
He's been through it. That means he's all right. We're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's when maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk.
Those numbers were an ass pull.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jambo. He hasn't got shit.
Oh.
He's still at the pinball arcade.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for...
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret...
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus...
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator? That's wall mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can...
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine
All right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? Footprints. Recent. That close, huh? How fortunate. Good news is, I'm still listening. I don't like guessing.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key.
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It'd been there for 20 years at least.
Why? This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. But a route does not put that bullet in his head.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun.
You lost your gun?
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? You didn't, and Ruby didn't.
Stop thinking about your lost gun.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
God damn, that's just about your...
He's about to blow his fuse.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had a carbine. No.
He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your...
I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your...
Hey, lost gun.
Easy now, Al.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this.
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
Yeah. Like what? A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's...
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that us... And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy.
If that's the case, then it's not right.
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's...
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Not so useful.
Fucking hell.
Betrayal is not painless. Even a doubt of it hurts.
And I suppose you have a theory about that too, cop.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she...
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just...
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is...
If she used us to cover her own shit up...
Which is why she didn't. This is fucking stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good. Silence. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However, she was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure, the human experiment. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She's not far. We know that much.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like...
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up, like cans.
And then when they're all empty, just move onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives.
Silence. He nods.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught he.
Scared. You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in you.
A little.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. You're a smart cop, but you're a stupid person. No one goes to tell everyone.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there are some shithouses there. A cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash.
We will start there. One more question.
Boyish. Hair's red. Died. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now?
She said she's building a...
What?
We were talking about radio equipment.
This guy barely understands.
There you have it. Pale something. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
Hey, was there up to 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
Again? I can't believe this shit. Okay, why not? Let's do the whole thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. I get it, okay, but what is the motive? That would be my first guess, yes. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay.
It's a mere second, but it feels...
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you...
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme. Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. Make way for the master poet.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a person.
Man, nothing's...
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn. It really is hard to talk. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes, I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S Kortenaer. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had. The only detail in this file.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
A name. This is very good. Elise Kortenaer.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any 57s over?
In the cabin, you
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Our tenant, the policeman. Nay.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
He's a sharp one.
She's being evasive.
There was a murder in Martinez.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. No, it's not like that, man. With him we called you. Right now, you...
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
I'm not going anywhere. Perhaps there's something else the village can do for you, huh? Though we don't have much here.
Oh, the sea's gonna calm down. Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Really? Are you sure you're not also looking for Nadia Harnancourt? Or a lot of stuff? Oh, there's plenty missing. But that's too much for even an eager terrier like you to handle. Although you seem very thorough.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep...
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, the edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand though. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And a small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all must. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washer will. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Our tenant, the policeman. Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh...
Bullet? You didn't put it there, did you? She...
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant. And not a... Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from...
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock I think. I cleaned it, like I always... No. She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age...
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time, how would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she...
Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment.
No, she's a fighter.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son.
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never... Not that I knew of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her.
It's a peninsula.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of...
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in...
The fell electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want to know about? Yes, one thing.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. What a...
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
There's no echo. You see, a slogan used to above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall. Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent, trying to talk to the wind. The city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor area. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. And anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast. The old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here. An adventure awaits. An adventure, buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk. It's one.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Good, good, yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there? So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're...
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around. A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem... In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be... What if you were to do something more? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Teleportation is not a thing. Oh yes, it could hurt.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now. The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenants of...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think...
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door.
What do you mean who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some...
I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain.
He's quite proud of himself.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Maz. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. Half a century? This was probably part of the network of I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youth, you mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do. We'll set...
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down.
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still, good idea to visit her once more.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city...
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but... I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been...
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, they will...
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your...
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really...
As she says the word, officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural heart. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor.
The explosion of static you're hearing is blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't... At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field... The pale? It's the end of the world. I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she...
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented.
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may... Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my... If you've got something really important to say...
Then this...
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun...
She's carrying a two-barreled front... Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... She looks at the machine.
Oh, fuck it. problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down.
Oh, yes, it is.
She pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Fuck. Our job. It went.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to that tent there.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like a...
I know you can't say it's a pleasure.
As she says the word, officer, that's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all.
I'm using a pale latitude.
The explosion blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lore. A pale latitude compressor is signals are relayed across a series of repeaters. So, precisely. At the upper limit is the large... I built it myself.
And she's proud.
That's illegal! Oh yeah. The pale? It's the end of the world. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Yeah, let's not... If you've got something... God damn it. Fine. If you...
She's carrying a 2-barrel front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form...
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So, you found my shack.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies. No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. I'm sad to hear that. The girl was playing some dangerous games. She had some pretty messed up people after her. She's going to come out of that meat grinder a different person. If she... But Klausia couldn't have known I was here. How did you?
Titus and his boys, man.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. But this is... How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for...
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it. I considered her a good friend, yeah. I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. Look, I'm not aware of any hole in Claudia's wall. And if I had been, I would have told her to get it sealed. That's what friends do. Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. Or had, before you sent her off in your moral lantern meat grinder. It's impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. For the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Her hand slipped from the dial of the compressor for a moment, almost turning it down. Then she put her hand back. Not yet. Not...
Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't...
The lieutenant watches her expectantly.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She does know how to pick 'em. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me.
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, no. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dart. Why? Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
And? A knocked-away 80 front-loader. Two-barreled. Not really what you were... The gun store. Trigger-happy jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that kind of gal. Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Yeah, evidence. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left. I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are...
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I... Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying...
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice.
What is radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him. He was still warm. But the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look...
Claudia didn't want to turn the lamp on. She was afraid of another shot. She eyes you warily, as though gauging your...
It's okay. We just...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers. Like, she sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think...
This woman has seen people OD. Claudia wasn't quite there yet. So why worry?
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynch...
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out. But
yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried she might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. That strange, distant fear is getting close now.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco...
I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer to the compressor. Feels like your brain is swelling up in your skull.
Officer, are you okay?
The pain intensified.
What are you doing? Look, I know this isn't very fun for...
She knows about the tribunal.
Tribunal is an awfully fancy word for what they're going to do. But yet, now they're going to put on a show before meting out punishment. Even though those... And you, watch out for yourselves. You seem to have a habit of walking into traps. I'm guessing you don't know that a third mercenary has come to town.
If one hornet can kill 40 honeybees in a minute, then 3 hornets should be a third.
As I said...
The pain is becoming unbearable.
What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Glad to have been of assistance.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
All things considered, it could have gone worse. No, I don't think she did it. She's someone else's case now.
It's too late now, anyway.
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. Her tent. Maybe there's...
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, it reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You
see anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines. You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald. Beloved. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of it's the large cursive of someone who, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagram.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in...
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipses. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do, nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to... You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't that name isn't mentioned as far as you can...
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever... The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? The entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry. Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that.
It looks like she might have been... framed? No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We are... Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Ouida's. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we should go back. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. Let's be careful, though. The tip she gave us about...
The plain red tent. It was pitched.
officer.